So, hello everyone. We continue with the next session, the keynote talk provided by Professor Mackey and Professor Jacobson, I guess from United States, New York. I guess it's quite early over there. And I'm very, very happy to have you here on board, and I greet you very warmly, and I'm really happy that you are here. For those who don't know them, both are very renowned contributors in the field of information literacy, and probably most known for their development of the meta-literacy concept. And this concept is published and distributed in different journals. If you have a look at the chat, I put in some references to their work. One important publication was surely the book on meta-literacy in practice. It's just one of the many works. And one thing I really can recommend is this MOOC on meta-literacy, empowering yourself in a connected world. I accomplished that a few years back, and they are also very active, as you can see on two recent publications. And yeah, I'm very happy to have you here on board. And you talk about the role of meta-literacy in designing open learning initiatives. After your talk, we have 5 to 10 minutes time for questions and discussion round. And as with the other sessions too, we can, I guess, continue the discussion in the workshop. So welcome again. Thank you very much for being here. The stage is yours, Trudi and Tom.
Thank you very much. We really appreciate the invitation, and we're excited about the presentation and the conference.
Yes, we are so pleased to be with you this morning or afternoon.
Very early here. We might see the sunrise behind us, but we're very happy to be here. So let's begin. Today we're going to talk about the role of meta-literacy in designing open learning initiatives, and we have a lot of new insights to share with you today. And this is an overview of what our keynote will discuss. So we'll first talk about this fractured information environment that we're all a part of, and I'm sure that everyone can relate to that. We'll talk about some of those divisions that have created this fracture. We'll also talk about meta-literacy for these challenging times, and I'm sure we can all relate to that. We're really in these unprecedented times. And we'll talk also about how meta-literacy can help rebuild trust. It's really this idea of trust is one of the themes from the MOOC, actually, the post-truth MOOC, where we talk about building collaborative communities of trust. So how is that possible given the challenges of this divided and fractured information environment? And then we'll close with the section on designing open learning initiatives with meta-literacy and show many examples that I think you'll find interesting. So let's take a look at this fractured information environment that we're in. And I think in many ways, this first image and quote really gets at some of these challenges. And this is a quote early on in the pandemic. In fact, the term epidemic was used, and not pandemic, but of course we know it's turned into a pandemic. But it really gets at what some of the issues are, in addition to the obvious health concerns, is that we're not just fighting an epidemic, we're fighting an infodemic. And who would have thought that not only would we have this major health crisis around the world, but that we'd have so many challenges with information, and information that really would save lives, and that there would even be debates on whether or not to wear masks. So that there's been a lot of misinformation, disinformation that's circulated about something so important to the global community has been, I think, one of the most surprising aspects of it. And as educators, clearly this is something we really need to be focused on. another aspect here of this fractured information environment is this idea of an echo chamber. And I've selected a quote here going back to 2008, which really shows the perspective here of how long this issue has been a concern. And this quote is really from the first book that introduced this idea, and talking about the influence of really conservative opinion media, which includes talk radio, cable TV, and now of course social media, and the impact this has on contributing to this fractured and divided information environment, because it keeps like-minded opinions together. But there's something else that happens here that I think really shows the problem, and it's the end of this quote where it says that the issue with this that it magnifies the messages delivered and insulates from rebuttal. And that's clearly not democratic. So if someone is in an echo chamber just talking with people who think like them, that's bad enough. But I think this idea of preventing other opinions from getting through is really the part of the problem, because that's not a democratic dialogue. And the term we've seen most recently here in the United States, and I'm sure that this incident from January 6th has been looked at globally as well with some shock and dismay, but it's clearly something that we've been focused on, which was this assault on the United States Capitol. And this image, by the way, this is an open license image from NASA with a focus here on the supermoon. But in the foreground, you can see this image of the Peace Monument, which is in front of the US Capitol. And I was really struck by so many of the images that came out from the events that day really showed this statue. And in some ways, the look of the two people portrayed here maybe showed the kind of shock and dismay of this event taking place. And another thing I noticed from that day was that something expressed in this quote from this piece that was in the Associated Press, which is that many in the mob ransacked the Capitol, did so while live streaming, posting on Facebook, and taking selfies, turning the US Capitol into a theater of real-time and often strikingly ugly and violent far-right propaganda. And that's something I noticed in all of these images, that people were gladly taking selfies and documenting what they were doing. So very different from the kind of empowerment that I think we often think of with these technologies and these social media applications. So a lot has certainly changed with this. And clearly we're seeing, and as we're learning more about this was certainly an echo chamber of conspiracy theories, far-right propaganda, and in many ways, these groups that were emboldened using these technologies and staying within their like-minded communities. So what do we do then as educators? And here I think is a quote, because we have so many challenges associated with these kinds of concerns. And I think this quote really captured it well. And this was a statement from the American Association of Colleges and Universities the day after this event. And what I like about this is that it really gets beyond thinking about the knowledge and skills and the technologies, to really focusing on what it says in terms of, in a democratic society, that what we want to do with students is also help them form habits of heart and mind that liberate their thinking and equip for and dispose them to the creation of a more just, equitable, and inclusive society through civic involvement. So clearly that gets beyond just using the technologies and gaining digital skills, to really thinking of really what are some of this kind of effective response, the habits of heart, and also this reflective piece of the habits of mind as well. And I think that's something we'll be talking about today with the meta-literacy framework, which we think includes these aspects, as well as this focus on civic engagement and the responsibilities that go along with that. So those are some of the challenges. Why do we focus on literacy and information literacy and meta-literacy? I think this quote just captures it so well. This is from Kofi Annan, the former Secretary General of the United Nations. So it's an older quote from 2003, but it just really says, I think, what we're all aspiring to, is that literacy is the key to delivering the potential of every human being, the key to opening up a future of freedom and hope. So there is optimism. There's reasons to be optimistic, and that's certainly what we're aspiring to, knowing, of course, that we have global challenges in terms of access to literacy and literacy education. And this quote, I think, is also important. This is from UNESCO because it shows how even the definition of literacy itself has expanded. So it goes beyond this traditional notion of reading and writing, which of course is important, and also counting skills, so that it also means the identification, understanding, interpretation, creation, and communication in an increasingly digital, text-mediated, information-rich, and fast-changing world. So here the focus is on, this idea of learners as producers. It's not just enough, for reading and writing. We really need to go beyond that. We need to engage learners in these technologies, but also think of the responsibilities associated with that and some of the ethical dimensions and responsibilities of being an information producer. And that's really one of the ideas that inspired the meta-literacy framework. And we'll talk about that. And then here's a quote too, in terms of setting the stage a bit, is that in thinking about all these literacies and trying to go beyond literacy itself and thinking in broader terms, that digital literacy, which is really, I think, one of the most popular forms of literacies that I think people really recognize and understand, but that in many ways it misses the mark. And we recognize too that even digital literacy too has expanded in terms of what digital literacy means, that it goes beyond technology. But I think this point really gets at this idea that educators, sometimes we get stuck on this idea of technology as the issue, and that we really need to think beyond that. We really need to think beyond the devices that our students are using and really dig much deeper. So that's what we're hoping to do today when we talk about meta-literacy. And so looking at meta-literacy then for these challenging times, Trudi is going to discuss this next section and talk about how meta-literacy fits in with some of these challenges. Trudi?
Thank you, Tom. So we're going to be talking about meta-literacy and the meta-literate mindset. So Tom, if you could move to the next slide. Thank you. So as Tom mentioned, it's more than just skills. The quote he included on sort of habits of heart and mind, it really is something that needs to be integrated into oneself and a way of thinking. So if we can move to the next slide to explain a little bit more about the meta-literacy framework. So it is challenging this traditional skills-based approach to information literacy. This is how you do this is how you find that, which doesn't really work particularly well when everything is changing so quickly. And it's missing out on those habits of mind. Critical thinking has always been extremely important when considering information. And I know that there are these confirmation bias, the bubbles that we're sort of ensconced in. And so it can be really hard to think critically, but it's also so incredibly important. And being open and listening to other voices. Then there's advancing effective participation in social media, online communities, and virtual environments. And when we think about this, technology mediates so much of what it is that we do. And so the way we are online and the way we interact with people online can often affect what it is that we're doing in person. So I think it's interconnected here, that online is really important because it is so pervasive in our lives. And we really need to think about how it is that we are participating there and how we're collaborating with others in online communities. And again, because this is so important in our lives, it really does impact us both online and off. So the slide Tom is showing right now, the core components of meta-literacy. You're going to see a lot of circular diagrams this morning. We love sort of this interconnected notion of things. And this is the first one. This one's got a circle sort of in the background. So the meta-literate learner, we're thinking about 4 elements, and I'll just mention them now, but we're going to talk more about each one of these. So there's the learning domains, sort of how one is learning. There's the roles one takes on as a meta-literate learner. There are the characteristics, and then there's also the goals and the learning objectives. And so we're first going to look at sort of an integrated model, and then we'll go on to these individual ones, and we'll talk more about each of these. So here you sort of see, again, circular. There are the learning domains, the roles, which are highlighted now. Yeah, and right before that were the characteristics. So these are all interconnected. They don't really line up the way it looks on this model, but they're all piece of the whole. So what we'll do is we'll talk about each of these individually. And so we're going to start with the inner circle, which you can see here with the 4 learning domains. And often sort of skills-based approaches to information and learning focus on the ones that are on the right-hand side, the cognitive, what it is you should know after you've learned something, and the behavioral, what you're able to do. But if we think about learning in a more comprehensive way, it really opens up a lot of opportunities and ways to be more effective in learning. So there's the affective in the bottom left. So it's changes in the emotions or attitudes through engagement with learning activities. So it could be how you sort of feel or your attitudes afterwards or while you are learning. And I am finding with students that this is particularly relevant to them. They've never thought about how it is that they feel when they're learning. And I think this is opening up a new prism for them to look at their learning and to think about how to be more effective. And then the metacognitive in the top left. That is something that is critically important to meta-literacy. It's reflecting on your own thinking, your own learning, and really being cognizant of it. And this reflective piece is prominent in so much of what it is that we're going to be talking about, showing, and in the resources that we're making available through these slides. So from here, we will move on to the learner roles. And what you are seeing here are questions about each role. When one thinks about these roles very consciously, I think it shifts one's realization of what one is capable of doing and perhaps what one needs to learn to be effective in a particular role. The questions that are here came from an initiative that I'll be talking about a little bit later with a political science professor who uses meta-literacy with her students a great deal. But she said that the roles were not as tangible to them as she had hoped. And so having these questions to really think about each one. So as a producer, do you produce and share your own user-generated content? And then sort of opening up what this content could be. So selfies, people may not have thought of that as producing information. Digital images, video, multimedia. So these sort of expand awareness and also make it more concrete. There's a couple of roles that we don't have questions for here. They are on the, all of these are on the meta-literacy website, and there's a link to that. But one is teacher. And we all know that to teach somebody something, one has to know it very well, but there's a lot of responsibilities involved with that role. And then on the right-hand side, there's translator, which isn't necessarily a translator from one language, say from German to English, but a translator of ideas. And so if something is written in a very scientific way, perhaps, if it's something that you'd like to share with others who might not have that background, making it more understandable. So from here, we're going to go to the characteristics, and I will pass this back to Tom.
Thanks, Trudy. And you can probably see here, there's definitely an alignment between the roles that learners play and the characteristics, which we see as aspirational and learners to gain this process. So as producers of information, they are productive in terms of supporting these creative and inventive productions, no matter what they are. They gain the ability to be collaborative, which is not, anyone who's done collaborative projects knows that's not always the easiest thing, and it's not something that students automatically, an attribute that they automatically have. So but it's something that they can work toward. Being reflective is obviously an outcome of the metacognitive aspect, and that can be applied to so many different learning experiences. This idea of being civic-minded, which again helps to build these connected communities of trust, because it again goes beyond the knowledge and the skills to really think about the contributions that individuals make in their communities. And that could be online communities. It could be thinking about the responsibilities you have as a participant in these environments, but it could also be any kind of community really, and the kinds of connections that we make. Another key aspect of the metaliteracy model are the metaliteracy goals and learning objectives. So there are these 4 overarching goals, and for each of these goals, there's then a subset of related objectives. So the first goal, actively evaluate content, which is clearly important, and thinking about one's own biases. After sort of these challenges of the post-truth, what we call the post-truth world emerged, with so much misinformation and disinformation and confirmation bias, we made sure to change that goal to focus on having students really reflect upon and think about the biases that they might have. This idea then of engaging with intellectual property in an ethical, responsible way is goal number 2. Goal 3, again, this focus on producing and sharing in collaborative environments. And goal 4, developing learning strategies to think about this really as a lifelong learning process. And if you see in the center of this slide, these are all we've been very fortunate to have translations, actual translations of the goals and learning objectives. And by the way, we do need a translation in German. So if anyone at the conference is interested in that, we would certainly welcome that. So definitely let us know. But we're really excited that because the goals and objectives are so core to metaliteracy, to have these translated is just excellent. And all the translations are available via metaliteracy.org. So how then can metaliteracy help rebuild trust? So we're optimistic, we're always hopeful for the future, and we see a part of that of building these trusted communities, which have clearly faced so many challenges. So how do we do this? And Trudy's going to start with I mean, one way to do this is really to encourage students to be these responsible producers of information. And Trudy's going to talk about this one example that she's been involved with her students.
I taught a first-year experience course this past fall, and there were a number of projects in the class that I felt could be non-disposable assignments. So essentially, assignments that don't go just to the professor, but provide value to others. And so, Tom, if you could click onto the site, which look at this extremely quickly. So the students in my course, mostly in small groups, so working collaboratively, came up with resources that are available to other students. And I'm not sure that it went through.
Oh, it's not. Oh, okay.
Seeing
Oh, it
this-
might not when we, I may have to share screens separately for that.
Okay, then that's fine.
Yeah.
So if you wanted to take a look at this at some point, they've created an FAQ about the first year experience. They created zines about what other first year students should know based on what they had learned. They have podcasts, videos, infographics. And so it allowed them to think about their learning in a different way as they were considering creating these items for others and to be helpful for others. And also the affective learning domain was particularly important here. Some of them went into some of this kicking and screaming and came out on the other side loving it. But they felt a real sense of responsibility to others. So I think that that can help with this future where we're trying to be optimistic. Tom.
Thanks, Trudy. And another aspect of meta-literacy is really emphasizing the connectedness of these environments. And this is just an example. I mean, there's so many different ways to illustrate that, but I thought this was a creative one. This is Dr. Valerie Hill, who has written about meta-literacy in relation to metamodernism. And she's also active in Second Life. And you can see these images from the work that she's doing, where she's connecting learners in the virtual world of Second Life. She has, in this one image, she actually has our books, which are accessible in Second Life. And then she also has, to the right, these learners as well. So that shows, you know, this can happen in communities, it can happen in classrooms, it can happen online, and it can happen even in this virtual environment. And then another, again, showing how these ideas can be applied in so many different settings. The work that Sarah Nagel is doing is also interesting. And this really emphasizes a metacognitive example. So Sarah is really focusing on meta-literacy in relation to maker spaces and maker literacy. So she's really connecting, she sees meta-literacy as a bridge between the ACRL framework and maker literacy, so maker spaces. And what's interesting here is that she really talks about the metacognitive aspect of this. So this is a quote from Sarah, who also wrote something for a guest post for our blog. And she writes that the maker mindset involves critical evaluation of one's own beliefs and outlooks. So in this kind of you know, place-based environment, these ideas also can be explored, which we're really excited about seeing. And Trudy, you're going to talk about a research example.
Yes, so the idea of meta-literate learners as researchers, this harks back to that political science professor I mentioned earlier. And so they are working on creating quests, which are activities that are modeled after ones in our digital badging system, which I'll talk about in a minute. But they have to go beyond their own perspective, think about those of others, think about where those people are coming from. So really trying to get beyond a particular viewpoint. So it's researchers with a very particular type of approach that they're taking.
Thanks, Trudy. And here's another example. And this is from a course that I'm teaching with one of my colleagues at Empire State College, Dr. Sheila Aird. And she's the director of our European programs, and she's stationed in Prague. And in the fall, we brought together, we both taught this course, digital storytelling, but we brought our sections together. So we had students from the United States, Canada, Prague, Tirana, and it was just an exciting experience to have them all in the same fully online course in Moodle. And this one, I mean, this demonstrates connectedness, reflection, all of these features that we've been talking about. But here I wanted to emphasize how students are also teachers in these environments. And this is a key concept with meta-literacy, that meta-literate learners are teachers. And so in these collaborative environments, then we argue that when a student is sharing their knowledge, sharing their knowledge maybe about a technology or about a topic, they become teachers. And this is a role that they may not see themselves in the same way that we found that they may not see themselves as producers of information. So it's important to foreground this in the learning experience. And in this one example, students in our course, students can create these very dynamic multimedia digital stories. And an essential part of it is the peer reviews that they do. So for every project that they create, they respond to at least 2 other students in class and provide a constructive peer review. They also, we find in the student cafe, they provide incredible peer support. So talking about software applications or talking about the approach that they're taking to a particular story. And then all this culminates really in an international collaboration where they work across distances on a final digital story project. And this is just a kind of a quick example. I'll just show a real quick snippet here.
You and me, crouching behind a bullet-ridden cinder block wall.
And we don't have time to show more of it, but you just see how dynamic and interesting that these projects are when students are producers of information. And Trudi, back to you.
Thank you, Tom. So here is another example of a non-disposable assignment. Students in another course that I teach actually add content to Wikipedia. So the taking on of the meta-literate learner roles is very real, very immediate when you are doing something that will be looked at potentially by millions of people around the world. And Alex Gucci, a student in the course in the fall, does mention that you have a very different feeling about the work that you're doing that emphasizes the roles. And the work that the students do here also goes through a peer review, which Tom mentioned in connection with his, the last slide. So students here get peer reviews from within my course. They also get it from a first-year writing and critical inquiry course students. And there's the possibility that they're getting it from people all over the world. So they are publishers, and they are very public publishers. Tom.
Thanks, Trudi. And we'll move through this last section quickly so we can get to your questions. But you can tell we get excited when we talk about the student projects. There's so much potential here. But this last section, we'll talk about designing open learning with meta-literacy. And you've seen some examples of that already. And these are just some ideas that we have, and we'll just go through these quickly. So really, we have so many resources available. Think about the ones that really would meet your particular needs. Adapt those goals and learning objectives to your own purposes. You can use the same wording, or you can adapt them in a way that makes sense for your own experience. Encourage learners to really think of themselves in those active meta-literate roles. We found that by foregrounding that, they really take on that responsibility and dig much deeper. Also develop learning activities that promote reflection. There's so many different ways to do that. And also encourage learners to identify the strengths that they have, as well as the area for continued growth. And Trudi, you're going to talk about the digital badging systems. This is one of our open learning initiatives.
And there is an enormous amount of content here. There is a link available. The content that is up on this website doesn't really have the badging connected with it, but there is, it really highlights 4 areas: the producer and collaborator, master evaluator, empowered learner, and digital citizen. And for all of these, there's a lot of activities that are sort of sequenced, and I really encourage you to check it out. This can be used as is by an individual, by an instructor, but on the next slide, you'll see, again, going back to that political science course, there is something that this professor, Professor Sally Friedman, is doing, where her students need to complete 9 of these items from that, and they also have to create content that they share with the rest of the class. So the research goes into that. But if they do this well, they are issued a badge, the Expand Horizons badge that the professor and I worked on setting up for the students. So this is something that could be used in any setting. She tailors the content to what her students need. An individual learner could just sort of look through and concentrate on what they're interested in. So it's infinitely flexible. And let's see. So our next slide is the I Succeed online course. This was included in a SUNY, State University of New York version of some Lumen content that is designed for first-year students. And there are, I think, 11 modules, one of which is metaliteracy. So this is specifically designed for first-year students. It includes all of those things we talked about, the roles, the domains, characteristics, and learning activities. It really engages students. For example, one of the things they have to do in this is a digital story. So on our next slide, you can see, let's see, yes, the 5 outcomes for this course. And so these are the 5 units that are there, and you'll see that they reflect the things that we have been talking about. But this is something that can be used with first-year students, and it can be adapted. So again, more open content. Tom.
Thanks, Trudy. And I'm just going to close with this mention of the post-truth MOOC that was mentioned early on, that has these 6 interrelated modules with a focus on how learners could empower themselves in this challenging post-truth world of misinformation and disinformation. And one of the key themes that runs through the MOOC is this idea of how do we build a community of trust. And this is something I just wrote about, so feel free to read this analysis of the MOOC and this idea of building connected communities of trust. In many ways, I think we see the MOOC as a community of trust, but we also want, because you can go into this MOOC and explore these issues in a way that's really a trusted community. So you can take on these really challenging issues, but do it in a way that's thoughtful and respectful. And but we also wanted to model, and ask questions. What is a community of trust, and how do we build one? And that's really it. We did want to mention that we do have a new book coming out, and here's the cover. So this is actually the first time this is being shown. So we're really excited about this next book, Metaliteracy in a Connected World. And we're available to take your questions. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm quite happy because I again noticed that we are really on the same page. We have some very similar ideas, and I think we should really stay in touch and collaborate, build a community of trust. If you, it's not the right analogy, but okay. There are already questions coming up. So I would say I postpone mine and let the audience speak. Would you say that metaliteracy also differs strongly based on the country, or rather the information culture of the citizens, like different goals for educators. Yeah, this is the question differentiation and with regard to person-based or cultural context. Or would you rather say this is a scheme that can be used holistically overall? Interesting question. I guess I also asked this question last time, if you see any cultural aspects. Yeah, good question.
I'll just start, and I'm sure Trudi has ideas about this too. I do think it's a holistic model. I think that's something that people often recognize in the model. I mean, all these circular diagrams that Trudi pointed out really is about connectedness and interrelationship. I do think we need to always consider the cultural context, and I think that's why we see it as a model that's adaptable. We always want to bring that into it, and some of the objectives really focus on sort of understanding and being open to multiple perspectives, global perspectives. That has to be brought into it, but we recognize that each individual situation might be different, and we hope that the goals and objectives are adaptable. Trudi, what are your thoughts?
I'm just thinking about where we see sort of other scholarly work that's citing our work is coming from. And there's a great deal from Spanish-speaking countries and also from China, which really sort of interests me. I do think that the cultural basis certainly plays a large role in this, as has been mentioned, but I find that the sort of spread and looking at sort of the global view of where metaliteracy is having an impact indicates that there are certainly elements of it that are of interest in a variety of countries with a variety of different types of learning environments.
Would you want to put us further? Would you say that this cultural or national or whatever a systemic societal concept would be a kind of additional domain for your metaliteracy concept? Is there some kind of cultural, societal domain or something to reflect? Where am I in? How am I socialized?
It's interesting that the domains that we talk about, I think, are for everyone. I think the cultural, and it's certainly definitely an excellent idea for us to think through. I think it emerges in the really in the objectives. Maybe it should be stronger in one of the goals. It does appear in the objectives, and perhaps it could be strengthened by maybe even that fourth goal. It's because I know it's in the objectives, but maybe it needs to be stronger there. I think that one of the reasons there's international interest in this, as Trudi mentioned, is that it is an adaptable model and it's holistic, and people seem to relate to it, and there seems to be an openness to it to adapt to different situations. And I think also that's why we've created so many things in open environments. So we've really embraced this idea of OER and trying to make as much available in an open format as possible. Trudi?
Yeah, I just looked up the objective because I knew that there was one too, and it's recognize diverse cultural values and norms to create and share information for global audiences. So not exactly what you're talking about, but I think that some of the idea is there. And I know we do have a digital global contributor badge in the badging content too. So so there's some hints of this there.
Yeah. I would have thought maybe it's a part of the metacognitive perspective. Mm-hmm. But yeah, that's just my talk now.
Well, I like your idea earlier of collaborating, so maybe that's something we can collaborate on.
Yeah, sure.
But certainly connect to building communities of trust.
Yeah, we should, and I hope we can. But okay, let's continue with the questions here. Comment: being critical shouldn't mean to be only critical to voices that contradict dominant approaches. For example, COVID policy, but being critical to all information. So I think we shouldn't create civic role models, but equip students to become independent thinkers, comparing and judging all kind of professional and scientific views. And this is a big challenge. Interesting remark. What is your comment or remark to the remark?
I think that the big challenge part is definitely correct. One of the things that I'm seeing when I work with students is that they're skeptical about everything, which can be good in some circumstances, but is not necessarily always skeptical. So, seeing students where if you've definitely established that there's some authority behind a scientific paper, for example, still thinking, I've seen them still think of that as just one opinion. And so I'm somewhat worried about it's really important to teach them to be critical, to question, but realize when it is that they don't need to continue to question, to put it in a not so clear way, I guess. But I am worried that they're looking at everything with the exact same skeptical eyes, and so they might be treating a paper that actually does have some authority the same way they might a commercial website.
Yeah,
I agree. And we really tried to strengthen that in the goals and objectives by focusing. I think we even have an objective that says recognize that experts do exist. I mean, taking it to that level, that there is such a thing as expertise. Because I think a large people don't believe anything that seems to make them open to believing anything, such as conspiracy theories and the misinformation and disinformation. They seem emboldened to be able to believe that kind of thing. So yeah, I think it's important to focus on this idea that there are ways of verifying information, and some of these traditional editorial filters, because they've left. That's really part of the problem. And the civic piece, it's an interesting point. I don't know if it's modeling just one kind of civic engagement, but it's saying that this is important. And again, that's another one of those ideas that I think is adaptable.
Yeah, I guess it's if I may comment, I guess it's a very important point, not only being skeptical and then resulting in following one's own confirmation bias, but also think about how can this claim secure some kind of validity, or is there a backup on the factual side or whatever. Okay, this is an interesting question. I guess we cannot finish now. Now to further questions, Mario Hiebert asks how does meta-literacy answers media literacy education goal to make visible what are often invisible structures? Does it tackle issues of platform capitalism, black box society, data extractivism, and monetization, and so on? Hui, complex question. Good question.
I would say that meta-literacy focuses on the individual learner. And so there are things mentioned here in this extremely interesting question that don't really play a role in it, except how one sort of engages with the information and to look further. Tom, what do you think?
I agree. I think you're right. It's really about the individual kind of this information environment in this environment. I do think that there's a critique of sort of proprietary social media, and that came out in our book, Metaliterate Learning for the Post-Truth World. It's clearly embedded in the MOOC. It's really trying to look very critically at these social media applications that kind of took over this web space that Tim Berners-Lee envisioned as something for everyone. So I think that's in reading that question, a lot of terms there, that's kind of what resonates with me. And I do think there's a part of the characteristics of being adaptable technology, but we try to talk about it as being critically adaptable, so that you're open to using these environments, but you're asking good questions about the technology platforms and systems and the powers that go behind it.
Thank you very much. We have other questions, and we have this time constraint. So I would say that we at least aim that people have 5-minute break to stand up and get some refreshments and things like that. But I guess we have also time to answer one of the statements or questions. Maybe you would like to choose what is of your concern. There are different questions. One was with Donald Trump, and yeah, the choice is yours.
I just saw Ameli's question about the badging. Could answer fairly also literacy work of those badges. They're best integrated into a course. It's what a course instructor is willing to do. So I, for example, have had my students complete one or more of those 4 components within the main badging system. Others are finding that picking and choosing from amongst them. But if somebody, for example, were interested in self-study, they could work through that without perhaps having anybody to review the activities that go along with it.
Yeah, thank you very much. This is also an interesting topic, because we at the moment have local certification, but maybe that's not the end of the story. Okay, so yeah, I think it shows we have a lot of points for discussion, and I guess there are also some thoughts that are surely of interest in the workshop. But I guess now we should close this session and continue. Thank you very much. Yeah, and we will discuss it further in the workshop. And yeah, I don't know, in Germany we have this tradition that we put our fingers on the table, and but in the online environment it's not that possible. But I guess, yeah, thank you very much. Other people are cheering if you have a look at the left side. Thank you very much, Trudi and Tom. And now we have a short break of 7 minutes when my watch or clock is right, and we continue at 12:30. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good evening, good morning. This next session is on something that all of us have been going through. It's related to the impact of pandemic on the education sector. And this study was done by Group C. And I request them to please switch on their cameras and introduce themselves. Two more, I think. Who's still remaining? Let's see. Trudi, is Trudi coming online?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Okay, go ahead. Please introduce
All right,
yourselves.
I'm going to start with the introduction. Well, my name is Gülden. I'm 24 years old, and I'm doing my master program, International Management of Information, at the University of Hildesheim in Germany.
Hello, my name is Halcyon Biju Matthew. I'm a Symbiosis College of Arts and Commerce student, and I'm pursuing my Bachelor of Commerce honors in Banking and Finance. I'm years old, and I'm also part of this group. It's really great to be part of this group again.
Yeah, hello everyone. My name is Marian Hansing. I'm 28 years old and I'm studying International Information Management Master Program at the University of Hildesheim in Germany, and I'm looking forward to be part of this conference today.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Megha. I'm 20 years old and I'm pursuing BCom Honors in Marketing from Symbiosis College, India. And I look forward to take part in this conference.
Hello everyone, my name is Simran Joshi. I'm 23 years old. Currently, I'm pursuing my master's from Symbiosis College, master's in English Literature, and I hope you like our presentation.
Hello everyone, my name is Trudi and I am pursuing BCom and marketing specialization in Symbiosis College, Pune.
Thank you everyone for your introductions. Now we'll dive straight in and I request Teresia to please play your screencast.
Welcome to today's presentation. As a part of the course Intercultural Perspectives on Information Literacy, a transnational online course in winter term 2020-2021 from the University of Pune in India and the University of Hildesheim in Germany, 4 Indian students and 2 German students are discussing together the impact of the pandemic on the education sector. We are Group C, and the group is represented by Marian, Simran, Halcyon, Mackey, Trudi, and me, Gülden. So first you can see the table of content. We'll start with the introduction. After that, we'll continue with the motivation regarding to the current situation in which we all find ourselves at the moment. Then we will show you what is already known about the topic, and we will explain our main focus. At the end of the presentation, we'll talk about the local and cultural aspects, which contains voices from real people we did interviews with, and give you a short conclusion. The education sector has been impacted enormously due to COVID-19. For example, over 1.2 billion children are out of classroom. And the teaching has changed now in form of remote and on digital platforms. The changes has brought new challenges for teachers and students. Some of the challenges are now listed. For example, what happens if there is no reliable internet access or technology for students or teachers? And is there any difference between privileged and disadvantaged students? And is e-learning effective? To answer all these questions, we use different scientific resources in our research. And we will present our knowledge about the topic from two perspectives. On the one hand, the scientific perspective, and on the other hand, the tentative intercultural anecdotal user perspective, which we gained by our interviews we did.
The aim of our research is to find out to what extent the global pandemic is affecting different areas of the education sector. First, we want to know whether digital learning platforms can replace conventional methods in the classroom. In many countries, the pandemic has meant that lessons in schools have had to be cancelled and replaced by digital learning formats. The question here is to what extent homeschooling can replace teacher-centered teaching and whether it would also be a suitable alternative in the long term. Furthermore, we ask ourselves how teachers, especially older teachers, cope with the new digital learning methods. It would be important to provide appropriate training so that they have the necessary knowledge of digital formats and can apply them. This is the only way they can focus on content-related learning aspects in homeschooling and successfully teach digitally. Another important area of the education sector is university teaching. We ask ourselves how different universities around the world teach during the pandemic and what exactly such concepts include. Particularly in practical courses of study, problems arise because courses are cancelled without replacement and certain content cannot always be offered online. The social aspect should not be underestimated either. When young students in particular no longer have social contact with classmates and teachers. With homeschooling, the learning environment of the students changes massively and influences the way learning takes place. Students therefore must learn on their own responsibility, which can also have a negative impact on social skills.
The pandemic has affected really 1.6 billion learners across 190 countries on all continents. Closures of school and other learning spaces have impacted 94% of world student population and up to 99% in low and lower middle income countries. The education disruption had and will continue to have substantial effects beyond education. Closure of educational institutions hamper the provision of essential services to children and communities, including access to nutritious food, and also affecting the ability of many parents to work and increases the risk of violence against women, children, and girls. Some children have missed a stimulating and enriching environment, social interactions, and some even have faced a lack of adequate nutrition, which has increased dropout anticipation rates. The economic impact on households is likely to widen the inequalities in education achievement. Millions could be pushed into severe poverty. Empirical evidence shows that children from households in the poorest quintiles are significantly less likely to complete primary and lower secondary education than those in the richest quintiles. Many students have faced concentration issues and other mental problems as the online classes have started by schools and colleges. Using electronics continuously for education purpose also have led to diversion of students' mind in social media that resulted in addiction affecting their day-to-day behavior. Due to continuously sitting in front of the screens, students have faced problems in their eyes, and also it has led to laziness among the students. Also, a shift towards the digital online teaching platform has created a problem for teachers to cope up with the new technology, where there's a lack of two-way communication sometimes. Adapting to the online teaching platforms such as Google Meet, Microsoft Teams, and other apps was a challenge for teachers. Teachers find it difficult to figure out whether the student has understood what she has taught in the class because she is not able to see the immediate reaction of the student. Hence, two-way communication is a big challenge for teachers and online teaching platforms.
In the focus of the research, the following aspects were investigated. First, what are the present and post-COVID-19 shocks prevailing in the education sector? Second, what are the innovative teaching strategies adopted during the pandemic? Third, what are the challenges faced by the students in the rural areas and with poor financial background? And fourth, what are the policies that can be recommended to prevent the learning crisis in the world from becoming a generational catastrophe? The following are the recommendations that have been developed from the research. First, strengthening the resilience of education systems enables countries to respond to the immediate challenges of safely reopening schools and positions them to better cope with future crises. In this regard, governments can focus on equity and inclusion, reinforce capacities for risk management at all levels of the system, ensure strong leadership and coordination, and enhance consultation and communication mechanisms. Second, policies to prevent the learning crisis should consider the students from underprivileged families who do not have access to laptops and smartphones. Third, special assistance must be provided by the schools and colleges to the students who have been recorded by obtaining subsidies, special assistance, etc. Fourth, internet connectivity to the remote areas must be ensured by the government, particularly the local government. Fifth, students should undertake the self-initiative to adapt and take advantage of the Internet of Things so that they can utilize the technology and information to do assignments according to the educational curriculum. Therefore, it is not impossible for students to realize online applications that can facilitate the process of learning. Sixth, in the national and the international level, national authorities and the international community need to protect education financing through strengthening domestic revenue mobilization, preserving the share of expenditure for education as a top priority, and address the inefficiencies in education spending. Seventh, reimagine education through addressing the learning losses and preventing dropouts, particularly marginalized groups. Skills for the employability programs should be offered, teaching profession and teachers' readiness must be supported, barriers to connectivity should be removed, data and monitoring of learning, articulation and flexibility across levels and types of education and training should be strengthened. Moving to the research method, diagnostic and descriptive research design have been used for the research study. The impact of the pandemic on the educational sector has been studied extensively to arrive at the recommendations. The extent of the impact has been diagnosed and suggestions are included in the research. The outcome-based resources are the following. COVID-19 has affected the poorer and the most vulnerable section. It has increased dropout anticipation and it has necessitated the need to bridge the digital divide for the marginalized populations in digital literacy. Obstacles are found out in the implementation of policies in the educational sector due to uneven infrastructure, changes in people's mindset, and difficult situations due to COVID-19. Challenges of the educational sector during COVID-19 and the steps that have been conceived to minimize the adverse effect of COVID-19.
To get a local view of how the pandemic has impacted the education sector, we conducted interviews. Students and teachers from schools and colleges of India as well as Germany participated in these interviews. The students we spoke to were from universities and the age group for the same was 20 years to 26 years. Similarly, we also interviewed teachers teaching in schools and universities of both countries. The age group for the teachers is 30 years and above. Students and teachers alike faced a lot of internet connectivity issues which resulted in cancelled lectures or disturbed classes. Many students who belonged to the economically weaker sections of the society had limited technological facilities for a smooth education. Due to prolonged exposure to computer, laptop, or mobile screens, students faced many health problems. It was also observed that the students had difficulty with concentration and it had taken a toll on their mental health.
Students had a very limited way of contacting their teachers or professors and thus found it difficult to be updated. In the beginning, they had a constant fear of missing out on important notices. Just like the students, the teachers were greatly affected. Due to the sudden shift in the mode of classrooms, teachers found themselves to be unprepared as they had a very limited training in conducting lectures online. An important result of online lectures was that the students remained unresponsive, which demotivated the teachers who could not see their students. Teachers also complained of not getting the satisfaction of teaching. Slowly, teachers and students now seem to have adapted to the new method. Teachers are now coming up with techniques to make the classes interesting, like making use of presentations and videos in lectures.
The impact of COVID-19 on the education sector has led to the abrupt closure of learning institutions in several countries. This sudden development has affected students and educators, leaving them with no option than to switch to remote learning. One can't ignore the fact that digital transformation is actually as a virtual anchor between the desks and the board. The sudden change of events has jeopardized the enrollments that usually started around March and April. Students are even considering not to enroll themselves this fall due to absence of physical classroom setups. Though COVID-19 has presented many challenges to us, it has created various opportunities too, like restructuring of the education system. This is the most important. The quick transition to online mode assisted in keeping continuity of education programs effectively fitting in the purpose of completion of the current academic year. Online teaching, use of internet technology in education are said to become a new normal. The transition can be quick and smooth if educators and technical staff show an adaptive and collaborative attitude. It is, however, very early to conclude the successful narrative of transition as the judgment of students' performance and quality of passing out professionals is yet to be realized.
Tessie, your microphone is deactivated.
Yeah, so Group C, thank you for your good presentation. You brought out many points which are very relevant and important to the situation that we're all currently passing through. You described the problem comprehensively, wondering about whether digital platforms will take over the conventional methods, whether older teachers would be able to adapt easily to the change, how universities will be coping across the world, what is going to be the impact of the pandemic on social behavior. While going through the literature, you came across facts relating to the aspect of children having been affected by the pandemic in a big way. There is an observation that dropout rates have increased in alarming numbers. Rural and marginalized have been affected more. In the anecdotal section, you have interviewed students and teachers, and you have analyzed their reactions to the pandemic. Some of the recommendations, or an important recommendation you mentioned, was about making the education system more resilient. You also talked about funding which should be increased to education. I now request the group members to take over and discuss their work with the other participants attending this conference.
Okay, I'm gonna start. So the first question is from Leonie. Do you think that the way online teaching was and is executed will have a negative effect on certain groups of students in the long term? I'm asking because some voices describe these certain groups as a lost generation. Well, in my opinion, I think it could have a negative effect in the long term, because as also we mentioned our presentation, I mean, of course, not all students are that negatively affected by the pandemic. For example, in the way of teaching that the university does. For example, the University of Hildesheim, in my opinion, is doing this very good because they all upload all the files in the Moodle. We have always a live session, so we don't, or I don't have the feeling that I will miss something out, because I always have the chance to just write an email to the lecturers and be in contact with my with the other students from my university. But of course, as also we mentioned, not all students have the same possibility, the same chance as, for example, maybe I would say students in Germany, I would say in general, or I'm just saying maybe students in Hildesheim. I don't want to speak for all around, but yeah, that's, for example, my opinion.
I would also like to add that teaching online for a long period of time will affect students, because if we look at the economically weaker section of society, technology is expensive, and for them to afford all of this will be difficult. So I think long-term online teaching may negatively affect the education sector.
Thank you, Simran. There's another question. What do you think can be improved when you talk about the reimagination of education? Maybe a more interactive learning experience for students? How can this be realized with the given circumstances?
So I will answer this question. So the term reimagining education means you have to re-improve or you have to renovate the existing teaching methods so that the online teaching methods can be made more effective and more experienceable to these students. So the online teaching methods are a new kind of phenomena for all the students and for all the professors. So teaching should be done, learning should be done, it should be carried out in a new innovative method. So that's what meant by reimagining education. And it has been found out that a lot of dropouts has been found out during the online lectures, and students are not giving their 100% concentration or attendance towards the online classes. So there should be a method that we have to do to prevent the dropouts, and the learning losses has to be addressed. And the teaching faculties and professors, they should always be supported, because we came to know that there are still professors and there are still teachers who are not much familiar with the online technological tools, the online classes providing techniques and so on. So they must be supported in all the ways that they don't lose their confidence in themselves when they carry out the online lectures. The barriers to connectivity, especially in the rural areas, should be removed. So reimagining education in such a way will lead to a more sophisticated mode of learning, and students would be more interested. That's where the idea of Internet of Things comes into being, where teaching can be done and learning can be done in new and more sophisticated ways. So articulation and flexibility across levels and types of education and training should be strengthened. So this is what meant by the reimagination of education. And definitely a more interactive learning experience can be done for these students all around the world. And different universities and different countries are carrying out this issue, and they are looking into this issue in a more innovative and more reapproachful way.
Thank you, Halcyon. I'd just like to make a comment over here. There was a report which came out by an NGO by the name of Oxfam, who usually present it at the World Economic Forum, and the numbers there are quite mind-boggling. So as far as India is concerned, we have talked about 20 million girls who may not return into the schooling system. So the dropout point that you all brought out, when you look at the numbers, it's really something very serious, which perhaps, like when you're reimagining education, one really needs to come up with as many solutions as possible. So thank you for that answer. There's another comment by Gizem, who says, I think there are differences between rich and middle class students. Not everyone has the laptop or PC to take part in the lesson. Studying at home brings difficulties such as space problems, no movement, health problems. Children and teenagers need to get social and express themselves. Does anyone want to react to that?
Well, in my opinion, I can totally agree with that. This is also what we face in doing the interviews with the with the people we interviewed in this for this presentation about the topic, and I can totally agree. I mean, as I said before, I don't want to say something like in general. I'm just saying this from my point of view about the University of Hildesheim, how I face the current situation. And as I said, for example, in my situation, it's the University of Hildesheim is doing it very, very good because, yeah, as I said, we have the chance to stay in contact with the lecturers, with the other students, and also, for example, I have the possibility to be in my own flat. I don't have any for example, I have two older sisters who are not living at home anymore, so I don't get how can I say it? I need Marian, can you please help me with the word? Ich werde halt nicht gestört. Also I get bothered by my, for example, my sisters or something, like as Gizem said, maybe students who has where the younger sisters or brothers are still at home, then they get more annoyed or something when they have to face a live session and it's loud, and so there's definitely a difference between middle class students and the average class students. I would totally agree with that.
I can share a problem I faced as a teacher, where I used to take classes for Microsoft Excel. And usually we would have a lab, and in the lab I would circulate. If I explained or demonstrated something, I would go around and check whether they're doing it on their computers. But then when it went online and I had to continue taking the course, it was a challenge. They were distributed all over the country and the world. And I didn't know whether they were actually trying it. And over the course of time, I realized that they are doing it on their mobiles and not even on their laptops. Then I had to, find a way of making them actually practice. So yeah, that was a challenge. Okay, there's another comment. In general, I think learning from home requires a lot more initiative. You are distracted faster, by example, by your phone or by parents or the siblings. The learning atmosphere is different and there is no sense of obligation. It's a challenge for students and teachers. I think we can learn a lot from this. Yes, it's definitely a challenge. Does anyone else want to comment on this? Okay, there's another question. Do you think e-learning has a realistic future? How big a future? How do you think it's going to pan out?
I would like to answer this question.
Yeah.
E-learning has it has a future, but this future is different for both the classes, for the rich class and the poor class. For the rich, they may avail online education because they have internet facilities. For the poor, they do not have such internet facilities. So the future is kind of in a dilemma. It is not exact. We cannot come to an extreme point that it has a completely bright future or a completely dull future, because nowadays we also have online coachings for different competitive examinations, like for engineering colleges, for medical colleges and law, etc. So people prefer online lectures because they do not want to go out of home to prepare for that. And but in case of poor students, they don't have any option because they do not have tablets, mobile phones, and it might continue in the future also, because we cannot say how much the government is going to spend on that. So I think the future is not extreme. It's good for rich students, and it's maybe bad for poor students. So I hope I answered your question.
I would just like to add something. I think online education can be a backup, but I'm not sure if it can replace the classroom teaching because of what Megha mentioned.
Yeah, definitely, Simran. It cannot, replace offline teaching, because the teacher and the student, there is a relationship between teacher and student when they are learning in classroom. Because when teacher teaches something, a student reacts in a certain way, and the teacher is able to see that. So this communication goes only in offline teaching and not in online teaching. So for something it's good, and for some things it may be bad. For the connect between students and teachers, it's definitely not very realistic. But just to learn for competitive exams and something like that, it's good. But not for like colleges and all. So that was it from my side.
Thank you, Megha. There's another question. What is your opinion of the most effective learning method? Would anyone like to take that? How effective do you think is this collaborative course? Maybe you can give a feedback on that. Or please go ahead. Please give your opinion.
Yeah,
Sorry.
to the question of what is the most effective learning method, the answer would always will be the offline, that is a schooling or the teacher to student kind of mode of learning, because there is a direct feedback between the direct replies between the professor and the student, and students can get more social amongst their friends. They can share, they can talk, they can share their ideas amongst the professors and amongst their friends at the same time. On the other hand, in the online learning method, students always use the WhatsApp or any other kind of social media platform. So chances of losing the concentration while attending the classes is in the online method. But whereas in the offline method, that is in a school, college, or in a university, when lecture is going on, the concentration of the students would be more on the professor or the teacher who's taking the class. And once the class is finished, the students can talk to their friends. So this is something really cool and it's more interactive than compared with the online method. So as Megha mentioned before, offline method is the best effective learning method, but it can never replace, or nothing can substitute the offline method. Online can only be a substitute. So substitutes can no longer be a good replacement for what was the most effective learning method once. Pandemic has affected the whole world all over, and learning through the online method was just a was just a substitute and not a replacement. We have to ensure that students should not get too much adjusted with the online learning method. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Halcyon. The next question.
I would.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, I would like to add something to Halcyon. I would agree to him that the offline teaching method is the best method, and also it promotes team spirit among students, because when they go to class, they work in teams, they talk to each other. So that's teams promoting team spirit is an advantage of offline teaching. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Nilakshana has made a comment. She agrees with the point that many students have concentration issues. It is really hard to be concentrated, especially when you're the whole time in homeschooling and do not have any social contact. For me personally, it was very hard in the beginning of the semester. I was overwhelmed with information from different teachers and I couldn't assign the information. Furthermore, I agree it is very hard the whole time to sit in front of the screen and to work or learn at the desk all time. It increases physical complaints and mental health. I totally agree with the point. Yeah, so that's a repetition. So that was a comment. There's another question. Because of the pandemic, many topics cannot be properly covered in school. How can we fix the gaps in the education sector?
I would like
time
to.
we have lost. Yeah.
So yeah, when it comes to cover the topic, so I think in my opinion, it's like we are getting like so extra time, so we get all our syllabus. But now in the that like CBSE, some more reduced like 30%, 40% of the syllabus. So I don't think that it's necessary to like not cover all. Rather, they can give some grace marks and taught all the topics, because one big issue like there are many topics which they are missing, and afterwards the students can face the problem. I think, in my opinion, that, the schools need to complete the syllabus and they can add some like extra options, or they can give grace marks to the students that they are studying, they are working hard, but they should prepare all the chapters, like all topics.
Thank you, Trupti. Vanessa asked, do you think such methods as right now with home office, e-learning and such are realistic to continue in the future?
I personally, for example, would say I would definitely agree with that, because it will never replace the face-to-face communication, of course, but I think because in times of digitalization, it can be realistic that such methods are, will done also in the future, but not, of course, maybe not like 100% like this right now, maybe like 50% that sometimes, for example, for 5 days, you have to work 3 days of this and at the with the other ones in the for example in school or something, and the other days, the rest of the days, you have home teaching or something. So
yeah, so I guess both the systems, the offline and online, perhaps now they'll have to walk hand in hand. I don't know what the ratio will be, but in the previous session there was talk about some very interesting assignments, strategies such as that. If that is woven in, perhaps we can capitalize on the e-learning platform. And of course, our course, things like this, helps us to learn additional skills like interculturality skills, etc., which help us more ready for the workplace. So, and the new world. Okay, so Lisa is saying, I think another important point is that the uncertainty regarding the implementation of face-to-face teaching and face-to-face exams, especially for those who are graduating this year. The uncertainty of whether or not something can take place can also have a great impact on students and their learning processes. Does anyone want to comment on that? Okay, there's a question then by May Britt. Would you like to take over certain things in the future regarding e-learning, for example? Isn't that a repetition? Would you like to take over certain things in the future regarding e-learning? For example, online lectures. Does anyone want to comment to that?
Ma'am, I think that is a repetitive question.
Okay. Moritz says, do you expect these challenges which you have mentioned to decrease over the next few years, or do you think the challenge will shift and become more complex? Will it become more complex?
Well, the real challenge before us is to deal with these challenges and not to make it more complex. So now the virus is there in the world, and we know we cannot go back to the colleges and schools, and we have to carry out this education process in a more effective method. So that is the biggest complex challenge that is before us. Now we have to face this challenge, and we have to make it less complex, make it more simple, and carry out this learning process in the most effective method. This is not something that we can decrease, or this is not something that we can shift to a different point in the future, but this is something that we have to face right now. We have to take initiatives and measures so that in the future these challenges will be less complex and more simple.
Okay, thank you, Halcyon. During the interviews, could you find any differences between the genders, especially in the field of equipment and the mental impact?
I could answer that.
Yeah.
When I interviewed teachers, female teachers, they sort of had to juggle between their college as well as homework. So it actually took a lot of toll on them as compared to the male teachers. I don't want to sound very sexist, but they sort of had to focus only on one aspect, which is probably their job, and which is why the interviews I found out that the female teachers did face a lot of problems doing both office as well, teaching as well as home activities.
Thank you, Simran. Anna has said that I like the Pomodoro technique. So study for 25 minutes and afterwards take a 5-minute break, get a tea or stretch, and then keep going. Anyone wants to comment on that?
I could comment. Yeah, so this Pomodoro technique is something I don't want to say the half technique, but here when the face-to-face teaching method was there in place, the best method to learn was study for 50 minutes straight and take a 10-minute break. Now this is the exact half of the Pomodoro technique, where we have to learn for 25 minutes and take a 5-minute break. So I guess this is kind of an adapted change towards the existing learning method that was in place before.
I think we'll take one. Thank you, Halcyon. We'll take one last question. Do you think politicians and governments will learn from this pandemic and create opportunities to help schools continue to implement digital learning and teaching strategies? Put forward by Frederick.
Well, I would say I hope. I would hope that they would do that. Yeah. So it's equal for everyone around the world, because the pandemic is affecting everyone and not only just one part of the world. So I hope they would do.
Yeah, and maybe they would be more prepared about these things if they come in future again, because it might be affecting their children as well. And so, yeah, maybe it's a hope that they would be prepared and they would learn something from this. Yeah, so that was a thank you.
So thank you so much for all your answers and your reverting on these comments and questions. Again, I look at it from the Indian perspective. maybe it's more of a dire problem than it is in Germany. But yeah, education used to be what we call as a concurrent subject at the state level. Now it is becoming more and more centralized. And the government definitely needs to take cognizance of the fact that pandemic has affected so many millions, especially the poor and the marginalized. And funding, there has to be more allocation of funding for education. Teachers have to be trained for getting onto the online mode. The numbers that we are grappling with in a classroom, the teacher-student ratio, and exaggerated now because of the online mode, all of this has to be seriously considered. Yeah, I don't know what the impact of all of this will be in the long run, but of course, in the long run, then the ability to take part in the decision-making process, the strength of the democracy, how much is the difference between the empowered and the less privileged and marginalized, and ultimately, how much strong are they in a position to protect themselves from, decisions being taken overnight and pushed onto them just because they were victims of this situation. So thank you for bringing up all of these points, and thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, ma'am. I would like to add a comment. Well, indeed, this was an auspicious day for all of us. And thanks to all of the professors who have helped us so far in each and every stage of this research. And we are so grateful that the University of Hillsheim and Pune University collaborated for this research work. And we stood together as a team and collaborated throughout the entire research work. We had one of the most obvious topic, and therefore we had a lot of things in our mind to add to the work. And the first question that we faced in the initial was, where should we start from? So going through the available literatures, pre-discussions and interviews, we developed the right pathway to approach the topic. And finally, here we are. So we were so proud to present our research work on the impact of pandemic on the education sector. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you to all of you.
Ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Good morning to all who are in US. Good afternoon to all in Germany, and good evening to all in India. So we begin with the next session, which is the topic that we're going to discuss, which is Group D, there are 4 or 5 students comprising of 2 German students and 3 Indian students. Can you please come on board and activate your cameras? So today we're going to discuss on the topic, how to cultivate information literacy in the rural environment. And we have, as I said, 2 German students. Can you please activate your camera? Gideon, Shrishti and Tanisha, is it possible for you to activate? And I would like you all to introduce yourselves to the entire panel. Thank you.
So, hi everyone, I'm Selma and I'm currently studying for a master's degree in International Information Management in Hildesheim. And the main reason why I chose to deal with this certain issue was because I realized that there is a huge gap between rural and urban areas with regard to information literacy, and I wanted to realize and understand the motives behind it. And there I'm looking forward to gather great insights and perspectives from your side as well. Thank you.
Who's going
Hi,
next? Yeah.
My name is Amia and I'm 20 years old. I'm in my last semester of my bachelor's in commerce, and I'm also pursuing a professional course in corporate law. I really look forward to interacting and gaining intercultural perspectives from this conference.
Hello everyone, my name is Tanisha and I'm pursuing my Master's in English from Symbiosis College of Arts and Commerce, and I'm really very fortunate to be a part of this group. Thank you.
Hey, my name is Gideon O'Donnell. I'm from the University of Hildesheim, and I'm really close to finish my master's in international information management. And I really hope you will enjoy our video, and I hope we will have a great discussion afterwards. So I'm happy to be here.
I think Shrishti has dropped off. Might be some connectivity issues, so we'll get back to her later. In the meantime, can I request Theresia to please share the pre-recorded screencast for us?
Hello and welcome to the artifact How to Cultivate Information Literacy in Rural Environments. My name is Gideon and I would like to introduce you to that topic. Information literacy has become a significant term in the last few years. Even for residents from urban areas, it's a big step to gain information literacy. So how could we cultivate information literacy in environments who live under certain conditions like rural areas? This artifact is a collaboration between German and Indian students and contains interesting aspects and insights from different sources. Besides scientific perspectives, which will be presented by Selma and Amir, it also includes results from intercultural perspectives gained by interviews from Indian and German residents. Shrishti and Tanisha are taking over that part. In the end, it will be me again presenting approaches on how the situation could be improved. But let's start with the motivation first. There are a lot of techniques and methods to cultivate information literacy, but improving the situation in rural areas is a big challenge because there's a difference between rural and urban areas inside a country, but also between countries. So it's useful to understand why there are discrepancies. Getting answers and solutions on the topic is the main motivation because there shouldn't be barriers to gain information literacy. Information literacy is the set of integrated abilities encompassing the reflective discovery of information, the understanding of how information is produced and valued, and the use of information in creating new knowledge and participating ethically in communities of learning. The following audio from Osama Mansa, the founder of the Digital Empowerment Foundation, gives us some insights from the situation in India and how it could be improved.
Most of India was poor or is poor. We are not poor because of anything else, but because information doesn't flow properly, and information doesn't go to the poorest of the poor. And they don't know how to use information. They don't know how to use for their benefit, for their right, for their entitlement, for everything. Most of the government entitlements and information has gone to the internet and web. How do they access if the digital infrastructure is not available locally? The point is that there are still huge number of people who are actually excluded from digital infrastructure, which is extremely important for it to happen, because these days nothing happens without digital intervention. Whether it's a financial access, or it's access to entitlement, or access to citizen services, or access to government services, or access to private services, or access to educational services, examination form, admission form, class form, all those processes have gone online. How do you avail it without having an online infrastructure available to you?
As it already mentioned in the slide before, in 2000, 70% of India was rural, 50% is functionally and 80 to 90% is digitally illiterate. 20% of Indian residents are physically and now also digitally disconnected. The majority had barely any means to access information that could empower them to avail themselves of rights, entitlements, and opportunities. They have no access to timely and relevant information. Today, everything is about information. An interesting quote from Mansar placed in the interview is the following: "If I am not getting my ration, my food which government says I am entitled to, it is not about the food, it's about the information."
Like Gidon has already mentioned that about 70% of India is rural, trading economics classifies 65.53% of India's population as rural. When talking about Germany, on the other hand, the global economy states that 22.62% of the population in Germany is classified as rural. A paper written by Hodge is dealing with the term digital divide and emphasizes that people with certain demographic and socioeconomic characteristics might be socially excluded from the urban areas, like for example older people who are not able to participate in the online service systems. Older people struggle more in being able to deal with information efficiently because of a variety of reasons. For example, fear of not being able to adapt to fast-changing technologies and the need to learn and relearn skills. Another target group that might be socially and digitally excluded are children who do not have access to laptops and computers. According to the status, every 7th child in Germany is victimized to poverty. About 15% of such families do not have access to laptops or computers. Lack of access to sources might lead to the fact that regional development becomes constrained and regional disparities further increase. Additionally, the following study deals with the developing information literacy skills among rural area college students and is written by Vyakshmi et al. This paper intends to explore the information literacy skills of the students at rural area college and to find out the factors which have impact on these skills. To assess students' information literacy level, questionnaire method has been used to collect the data. It were around 175 questionnaires. After collecting the data have been analyzed with the descriptive analysis method. Information literacy skills of the students have been analyzed by their information search and retrieve ability using email, subject email forum, document sharing, downloading, and open access resources. Considering the results, Figure 1 shows that about 48% of the students are not aware of search techniques. Nevertheless, the second figure shows that about 45% of the students knew what the meaning of email is. Moreover, about 92% are not aware of attaching the documents in the email. 71% are not aware of sharing the documents at all. About 30% knows how to download certain documents, and more than 80% is not aware of open access resources. All in all, results show that downloading, using email is more familiar to them, whereas searching information, document sharing, subject email forum, and open access resources are not familiar to them. The study shows the urgent need for teaching information literacy skills in order to support students with search techniques and evaluating the certain information.
From our resources, we learn that information illiteracy prevails on a large scale in different sectors, like the education sector. The internet has almost become an inseparable part of people's lives, and the education sector being no exception. Unfortunately, due to reasons like lack of proper infrastructure, Students in rural areas to this date learn from books which may contain limited amount of information. Using the internet will not only increase the amount of information available, but also make students literate in terms of dealing with information, as the sources could be verified and therefore credibility is not questionable. Here is an anecdotal experience of a student who was deprived of learning through a laptop during the pandemic, which created a lot of difficulties in the learning process. Bhanu Pratap is a student in New Delhi and is excited to be given a free laptop from an NGO. In his quote, he expresses his disappointment about the fact that 40% of the students do not have access to mobiles or laptops. Upon being the lucky one to receive a laptop, he is now in a much better position. While referring to information literacy, we often forget about the most dangerous field, which, if not dealt with due care, can potentially turn devastating: cybersecurity. People from rural areas are not well versed with cybersecurity and often fall prey to the atrocities of cybercrimes like embezzlement, data leaks, cyberbullying, etc. In the following video, we get to see what technology giants like Microsoft are doing to bridge the education gaps in rural communities. Talking about the health and medicine sector, the resources reveal that there is a below average literacy with respect to health and medicine among people from rural areas. They only blindly follow the instructions of a doctor without any research of their own. As regards the farming sector, agriculture forms a significant part of the country's development, and the current scenario dictates farmers using archaic techniques of farming. Innovation needs to be introduced in the farming sector through new technologies. Since the people from rural areas highly depend on visiting libraries to obtain knowledge and information, it becomes imperative for such libraries to provide a wide range of books, research papers, dissertations, etc. One of the resources talked about how an educated librarian can positively impact information literacy among people who visit such libraries. A survey was conducted to ascertain the quality and use of information literacy made by people in villages. The results reveal the following data. Around 68 respondents stated that they agreed on using the information to solve the problem. Around 63 respondents stated that they agreed on using all of the information that they found. Around 89 respondents stated that they agreed on using a brand new information or an old one. Around 71 respondents stated that they agreed on doing an interpretation on information that they used. Ranjit Singh Desale from Solapur, Maharashtra, was a primary school teacher in 2009. He observed that most of the students in his school hailed from tribal communities where education was not taken seriously, and books were not in local languages, which affected the learning outcomes of students. He redesigned books to include QR codes that contain video lectures, stories, assignments, audio poems for better understanding. He believes that teachers are the real change makers and play a significant role in shaping a person's life. As a result of his effort, the attendance of girl children in his school recorded 100%. With his prize money, he hopes to start an initiative that would recruit 5,000 students from war-torn areas to Peace Army.
We will now look at how we investigated, what methods were used, some special aspects demographical and economical for both the countries India and Germany, some astounding results and conclusions, and how information literacy could rightfully be implemented in the rural areas of both the countries. So our methods of investigation included interviews from people of rural areas itself, various experiments, several case studies, different surveys, and quantitative methods of obtaining data. For both the countries, we used similar approaches for investigation. The interviews and the comparison between the conditions in rural areas of both India and Germany helped us understand everything with a better perspective and draw some amazing conclusions. We as a group interviewed people who were within our reach and who could give us a clear picture of their conditions in rural environments and their struggles to obtain information literacy or even basic education for that matter. In India, we interviewed a female housekeeper who came from a small village called Bhatkal. A chauffeur was interviewed as well. He gave an extremely insightful brief about his take on information literacy in rural areas. In Germany, a young adult born and raised in rural area was interviewed, and two experts who with their expertise in this field gave us a better perspective. While we were interviewing our respective candidates, we made sure to ask them some critical questions to have better understanding of their conditions. Our questions included important themes like the lack of infrastructure and technology in rural areas when compared to urban areas, how underprivileged groups understand the concept of information literacy and how do they define it, what could be done to overcome the evident gap that is ever growing between the quality of life in rural areas and urban areas, what is their take on launching new technology and programs for better reach. We managed to ask them informative details on how and when should we start teaching information literacy, whether or not they are keen on learning about information technology, what difficulties they face while dealing with technology, how important is information literacy for them, and so on.
On the basis of demography, following conclusion came from both Indian and German side. Let's talk about Indian side at first. People of rural area are unskilled, naive, and completely secluded from the city. They still rely on traditional method as illiterate people might not comfortable in learning or accepting something new. There is also a huge difference of digital gap between rural and urban. They are more reluctant to accept something new. Now coming to the German side, people of rural area are more connected than urban people. There is not a clear demarcation of rural and urban. Business are unwilling to invest in rural areas owing to greater transportation costs. On the basis of economic background or rate of literacy, following conclusion came from both Indian and German side. Coming to the Indian side at first, there is not an equal distribution of internet. Only 25% of population use internet as a source of information. As most people come from poor background, they cannot afford gadget which supports internet. Dependency on internet is restricted and limited to basic need only. Now coming to the German side, internet seems to be accessible to all as education is the topmost priority, which results in highest rate of literacy. More literacy means people are more educated and advanced and more financially independent they are, so they can afford everything and such gadgets which supports internet. From the interviews, following result came from both Indian and German side that why there is an immediate need of information literacy. This result part basically talks about how to implement information literacy in our day-to-day life and why it is important for all of us. People need to know how to deal with information and how to use information. Institution should start educating children how to use media properly. Institutes should start early educating children how to perceive information. By this, information literacy will grow faster and earlier. People would be more upgraded by using new form of technology and can implement in their day-to-day life. To equalize difference, technology should be widespread and affordable for all strata of society. For sustaining life of rural area, there is a dire need of information literacy according to different age group for adult and children as well. Teaching information literacy would develop the social structure of rural areas, resulting lowering the crime rate. People would be more alert, also encouraging cashless transaction and pro and cons of cybercrime and online fraudulence.
On the following slides, I will present you our conclusions on how to improve the situation. There should be an improvement on the infrastructure first. Village libraries and the competence and capacity of librarians should be also improved by gaining new knowledge and skills. Because of the importance of new technology, it is necessary to introduce lessons in ICT. People should know how to evaluate information. Applications should be made simpler for elder residents. Introductions of workshops in rural areas and information feeds on social media should be made to improve information literacy. In the world we are living right now, nothing happens without the internet. For example, when you want to apply for a new job, you need access to the internet. Any registrations made online. So we need to build digital resource centers in rural areas, including tablets, laptops, printer scanners, power backups, and wireless broadband connectivity managed by experts. We need to give digital literacy support, digital services, information services, citizen services, and business development services. Illiterates can't read or write, but they can use audiovisual tools to gain information literacy. They can record the voice and video to also spread their useful information to everybody. Those resource centers won't distinguish between gender, and also would be a safe space for women and children. The following video is showing solutions the government could implement to improve the situation.
Recommendations that we would make are mostly policy related recommendations, that governments should make an enabling environment for people to be able to invest in those rural and remote areas. Usually without incentives, you find that the operators will just not go there. Another method would be to make sure that universal access funds are also putting up infrastructure which can be shared by various operators to make the burden lighter for them. And that way, at least the remote areas can be connected. There are policy steps that governments can take and regulators. One could be to use tax incentives, maybe give them tax breaks so that the investment is not too heavy on them. Another one would be to, when they give spectrum to the operators, they should put conditions that make it attractive for the operators to move into the rural and remote areas. So there are a number of policies that can be used, and also just to open their minds and license different types of technologies in the rural areas.
Maybe there could also be a way to create an educational channel or launch beneficial offers by government-based programs in place that promote information literacy. Right now, news about the global pandemic is spread everywhere in the world, even in rural areas. So shouldn't it be possible to spread every other information as well? As you could see, there are a lot of approaches to improve the situation, but we definitely need to do something. Here are the sources that have been used for this artifact. We thank you for your attention. Goodbye.
Can you please come on board and activate your cameras? So before we start, is Shrishti there present? She could introduce herself. Yeah, Shrishti.
Yes, I'm sorry for there was a technical glitch. I am Srishti. I'm 22 years old and I'm pursuing my master's in English literature. I believe there is an evident imbalance between the rich and poor, rural and urban, and the imbalance is fatal. This is the major reason why I chose this topic. I am glad to be a part of this research, and we as a group have put our sincere efforts into this research, and I hope you like a presentation and it was in some way beneficial to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Shrishti, for the introduction. I really liked your presentation. It was a fantastic work that you have put in, especially very comprehensively. You have described the scientific perspectives of information literacy in the rural areas. You also spoke about the intercultural perspective as far as the interviews, from the interviews that you gained insights from both from the Indian perspective as well as from the German perspective, and you came out with the differences. Of course, the differences are quite varied because you find that this problem is much more intense in India as compared to what we find in Germany as far as the rural environment is concerned, because you find in India around 65%, as you mentioned in your presentation, comprises of rural areas as compared to just 23% in Germany. But nevertheless, even though we find there is a lot of difference, you find that some of the problems seem to be very similar, whether it is India or Germany. And that is exactly what we could make out in the study. And you have come out with wonderful videos as well as audio presentation, which spoke about the problem, the grassroots problem that we find in the rural areas, and especially about the digital divide that we find in the rural areas, whether it is in India or in Germany, as well as the digital literacy, the cyber security problem that we find, which is very much similar in both the countries. So you spoke about a lot of similarities in terms of the problems, as well as the intensity. When the intensity comes, there are differences, but you touched upon all of those, and the videos gave out kind of a good insight about the solutions, some of the solutions that can be offered as far as this problem is concerned, with regard to the effort that was made by Mr. Ranjit Singh Desale in India, as well as some of the kind of insights that were provided in terms of policy perspectives that you came out with in the video. So these are good recommendations that could be probably put in the right perspective and can come out. This could be kind of the solutions that could be brought in as far as providing information and information literacy in the rural areas is concerned. So before I go in with the questions, I don't find any questions coming up as such. I would really request all of you to put in your questions in the chat box. In the meantime, I would like you all to just take us through, probably one of you could just take us through how did you go about, or what was the learning outcome that you came across through this entire study.
Yeah, I can start. Thank you for your comment, Ms. Jacob. And it was really interesting. And I think this whole research shows us about how disadvantaged it is for people in rural areas. So we as a group think we should definitely implement some essentials to the rural area. And the key is not to make every urban area, every rural area urban, because we really need those rural areas. They are really rich in natural resources, and they have important knowledge about the nature, for example. So yeah, we should implement the essentials like a good infrastructure, yeah, schools, hospitals, and at first we think we should start make them digitally literate. So that would be the first step to also gain information literacy after that. And yeah, so it should be not this or that. It should be not urban or rural. We should work together because yeah, we could definitely also benefit from their knowledge. Yeah, I think we have this kind of problem in our society that we distinguish between groups as well as whether in terms of religion or skin color, and yeah, there shouldn't be differences just because you're born in another place. So I think yeah, we should start build up some resource centers so that yeah, that people from from rural areas have the opportunity to gain information literacy after that. So we think digitally yeah, to make them digitally literate would be the first step, and yeah, then we'll see further. So that would be a good point, I guess.
Yeah, thank you, Gideon. There are a lot of questions. I'm so sorry. I thought there were very few of them, but there are many questions coming up. So we'll take the first comment, which has been given by Marvin. He says, the government, especially talking about Germany, should really focus more on providing technical devices to the lower class students, as we struggled again and again with closed schools. Furthermore, statements by schools like we got the devices for students in need, but no software to run them with Windows licenses. It's a pretty sad statement for such a developed country. So probably anybody would want to comment on it. Probably we also share the same kind of sentiments, right? Anybody would want to comment on it? Or otherwise, I would go in for the next question. Okay. So the next question is, how long do you think it will take, for example, in India, to reconstruct the access to digital equipment? I mean, we all see the need to the access to information in critical times like this more than ever. I think the idea with the QR code from the teacher is brilliant and a good idea for every country. But what exactly is the education system planning in the future? Are they willing to invest money in the access for everyone, for an internet or a laptop, etc.?
Maybe I could take over this question. So to just give you an idea about the education system in India, the higher level education systems such as colleges and universities are well equipped with digital infrastructure. The problem lies in rural areas, because in rural areas they still learn through books and papers, and not a lot of digital infrastructure exists. Maybe I could brief you about one of the initiatives taken by the Indian government. It is known as Digital India, where the government tries to make all the transactions digital and electronic, so as to avoid a lot of crimes, and so as to make it easier for people to access anything that they want, even when it comes to online shopping, when it comes to education, when it comes to healthcare and medicine sector, anything at all. So that's one of the initiatives taken by the Indian government. And yeah, the government strongly supports e-learning and strongly supports investment in digital infrastructure when it comes to education, because we think, and the government has shown initiatives before. Yeah.
Yeah, I would like to add something because we heard about the business organization that they are actually not willing to invest in those rural areas. And so actually they would need some free taxes or something like that in order to invest in those areas, so to make them attractive, and so that the students won't move out and go to the urban area. So that would be a first step, and maybe to teach them how to create their own website in order to support the agriculture there, so they can actually sell their products, and well, I mean, both sides would benefit from that point. Yeah.
I would like to add to Amia's point. in India, there actually are digital literacy programs that are being conducted for adolescents in rural areas with basic computer skills, information about some key applications, how to use them, how to use internet, access information, understand village governance, and gain life skills training in areas like decision making and negotiation, communication skills, etc.
Right. So definitely the Indian government is working on the right lines, but there definitely needs a lot to be done, because we know that in India, just 25% of the rural population have access to internet. So definitely the infrastructure is a big problem that we find in India. And if we have to go, have a kind of a digital kind of a revolution, definitely infrastructure is something that they have to really work on. There is another comment by Gilden. She says, I totally agree with your point of view. Nowadays, in times of digitalization, everything happens online through the internet. Rural areas should also be equipped so that everyone has an equal chance of using the internet properly. Definitely. And there is a question that she asked, what do you think is the most important step for the government to achieve equal facility? That everybody would have equal access, probably. That is the question.
Maybe I could answer that question. As it was mentioned in the video shown in the screencast, the government can, I hear a lot of echo. Srishti, can you maybe mute yourself? Okay. Yeah, as it was already discussed in the screencast, that the only thing that government can do is invest in rural areas and also give tax incentives to service providers who do want to invest in rural areas. That way, the investment would not turn as a burden for those service providers. And with more and more investment in rural areas, there will be equal opportunities for those living in the rural areas, and hopefully that bridges the gap between the rural and urban divide.
Right. That is really, yeah, Shrishti, you want to say something?
Yes, I believe also the effect of globalization has adversely affected rural areas. Because of globalization, the rich are getting richer and the poor are not benefiting from it. So with that, I would like to conclude, yes.
Yes, thank you. So Thorben has a very interesting question, probably because you've done a research in the, you've contacted people from the rural areas, you would be able to answer this question. So the question is, can you tell us exactly how the information about the pandemic was spread in the rural areas? And
yes, ma'am.
Yeah,
I would like to answer this.
Right.
Yeah, the rural people were totally dependent on newspaper or radio or smartphone. And yes, a few companies had set up hello tunes to aware the people about coronavirus and how to take proper measure. And these are the steps which were taken. And I think that the way the rural people had tackled pandemic was way much better than the people of urban area. This is what I think.
Right. That's right. Since you're running short of time, I think I can just take one or two questions more and then we will wind up the session. So there is another question where it's been asked that it would be very interesting to think about future developments of the educational system and the plans for the future and possible investments. And how much did the pandemic slow down the development of digital infrastructure in rural areas? So anybody would want to take up that question?
I can't speak about the rural areas in specifically, but in the economic survey, it was said that the GDP of India is contracted by 7.7%. So that goes to say that if there's anyone that has suffered during this pandemic, it is the small scale business owners and people living in rural areas, because they have lost the only opportunity to earn, because their daily businesses were closed due to the pandemic. So yeah, they've suffered probably the most, in my opinion. And what was the next question?
It was the future for the developments of the educational system and the plans for the future and the possible investment. Yeah.
Okay.
And
so
the digital infrastructure.
Okay, all right. So as we mentioned in our slides before, that there are teachers in rural areas trying to revolutionize the process of education and learning in rural areas. I'd say that the scenario is changing very, very quickly in rural areas. The students are now made to learn through gadgets and QR codes and a lot of more interesting stuff, which not only is better than traditional methods of learning, but in the future they would know how to operate these gadgets and devices. And so I think that's a very good initiative taken by teachers in rural areas. So the scenario is rapidly changing, I'd say.
Yeah, probably this pandemic has opened up a lot of opportunities for the people to contribute there. But sadly speaking, there was a study that I just came across. This was an Oxfam report which says that the CSR funding, which actually goes into the rural areas for bringing up or taking up such kind of initiatives, now it has been just diverted into the handling or tackling the pandemic situation. So not much fund is going into the rural areas for such kind of initiatives, and that is something that probably we are falling short of, and the government definitely needs to do something about it. So just one last question, and then we'll wind up. So this question is from Annabelle. She says, I have the impression that the younger generation finds it easier to adapt. As you mentioned, older people are more afraid of not being able to adapt. I think they are also afraid of giving up their traditions. So do you have any ideas on how to take away these fears and encourage them to deal with this issue? So anybody would want to comment on it or give their opinions?
Does someone want to add something, or should I maybe express my opinion about this?
We have talked, I think, about resource centers as a possibility, like to build those centers, and so maybe try to make some programs. I mean, if they are used to watch the news on the television or listen to the radio and so on, so like provide some programs like to catch them, so to show them that there is nothing to be afraid of, and that they should engage it, and maybe goes to those centers where there are some local experts where they can exchange their ideas, and I mean try to try something new. And I mean yeah, that could be a possible way if they have those centers where they can meet and maybe talk about what issues they face and so on. Yeah.
Yeah, Maya, do you want to add on to it? Okay. Yeah, so probably there could be some applications that they could come out with for the older people, as Selma rightly pointed out, and that could help them out, especially in such trying times. So it was a wonderful presentation. You covered a lot of aspects of how to improve upon the information literacy in the rural areas. Definitely, we're not here just comparing the countries, because as I said in the beginning, the intensity in these two countries definitely differ a lot. But the problems, as I said, are almost similar, and we are here to find out some solutions to those kind of problems. And you've come out with good recommendations, which can really be taken forward and could come out with the good kind of alternatives as to how we could probably counter this kind of a problem and come out with solutions to improving the information literacy in the rural areas. So thank you very much, everyone, for your hard work and for the presentation that you have put in. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, very interesting topics. Maybe we can deepen the discussion in an upcoming workshop. The workshop starts 2:15, at least in Germany, or 1400 hours and 15 minutes. So again, we have a short break. I encourage you to stand up, to move around a bit, to take a dip of water, whatever, and come back totally refreshed and eager to discuss with us in 6 minutes. See you then.
So, hello everyone. Welcome to the workshop part of the conference. I would like to invite the speakers of the workshop now to activate your camera and introduce yourself shortly, please.
Yeah, maybe as you activate the camera, dear moderators, I will explain what we are aiming for in the workshop. We aim, our goal is to discuss the whole thing. This was what we did today, and this was this thing or this project we conducted in winter term. This whole idea of providing, creating a transnational learning environment concerned with information literacy and intercultural aspects, especially of information literacy. And it was partly discussed, or different aspects were discussed in the first two sessions, how to improve information literacy. The keynote has shown many ideas on conducting or improving education, information literacy education, and also the discussions in sessions 3 and 4 were very strongly focused on this point. And now we want everyone is included in the ongoing discussion and the workshop, and our plan to do this is what you see in the middle as a slide. And we start with the introduction. Then we have this discussion in small groups, which are moderated by here, as you can see them, the moderators. And then we meet again in the plenum, and we talk about, or the whole plenum talks about the ideas. That is the plan. The plan is new. It's a kind of game and experiment, I guess, too. And yeah, we hope we will come up with a lot of ideas from this collaborative knowledge exchange. And I also invite Mario Hiebert here to enter the stage. Thomas Mandel is here, sorry. Emir Vacevic, I invite too, and especially also Miss Anya Jamwal. Please enter the stage. We wait just a few seconds more. Okay, you're together. Okay. So I lean back and hand over to Sophie or to you to introduce yourself. Maybe Ms. Jamwal, you would like to start?
Yeah, of course, sure. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi everyone, I'm Anya Jamwal. I am a recent graduate from Symbiosis College of Arts and Commerce. I recently completed my graduation in Bachelor's of Commerce, and I'm currently applying for Masters. And I was a part of the previous edition of this intercultural learning perspective, and I'm really excited to be back and be a part of this session. Thank you.
Thank you. Emir and Mario, would you like to continue?
Yes, greetings to all. I hope that you're hearing us well. Another praise for the Joachim Thomas for organizing such a wonderful event, and Tom and Trudi for the excellent keynote as always. Professor Hiebert and myself are coming from University of Sarajevo, and we are respectively myself from Faculty of Political Science and Mario from Faculty of Philosophy. And jointly we are working last 4 or 5 years with an extensive team of experts in developing media and information literacy strategic elements of incorporation into the educational society. And together with Joachim and Thomas, we have already did several activities last year, which were really excellent. So thanks again for having us here.
Mario?
Hello, everybody from my side. Also, it was really a great pleasure to attend this conference, and Emir and I were discussing how well done was to see the engagement of the students in every aspect of your program. So congratulations again for the very good job.
Thank you for the compliments. Thomas, would you like to introduce yourself?
Sure. I hope the mic works. And yeah, thank you for the invitation to take part here. My name is Thomas Mandl, and I'm Joachim at the University of Hildesheim. So I also thought the conference was very well done and was very good quality and of the interaction and presentations. So thanks everybody, and we'll see you in the breakout rooms.
Yeah, one last question before we start. Emir and Mario, you are sitting together. So it's probably not a good idea to put you each on a different audio channel, I guess. So maybe it's best if you, or is it possible? It's just a question.
I think whatever you have thought of organizing this is possible. We have handphones because we are finishing a very significant book together. That's why we are kind of here working on this.
Okay.
And,
okay.
So whatever your idea was, we are okay with it.
Yeah, then we separate you now for the moment, and each of you is working or acting as a moderator. That would be the idea, but there would also be a possibility to put you two together. Then I would come in as a moderator, but if it's, I guess it's better if other people are working as a moderator in this case. Okay, then we have it. And any questions before we start? We mentioned some ideas here or some possible topics, and maybe the audience will also talk about or post questions. But we are basically interested in your estimation of this environment, this idea, this concept, and how we can improve and move on next time. This would be, it's a start here, but it's not perfect, and I would really, or we would really very like it to expand and enhance. And we rely, or we ask you for your expertise and your insights. Any questions before we start? Then all participants are now moved to the breakout rooms, and we meet again in 20 minutes here, and the moderators report on the discussions. So go for it.
It might take 1 or 2 minutes to organize the breakout rooms.
Cancel the button. So hello again. I see that nearly all of you are back in the plenum. And now we continue. The moderators, please activate your camera again. Then we start with short reports. And maybe this connects to everyone. If you have an idea or question or something like that, maybe we can collect the knowledge in the shared notes.
So I'll just start with our results of our workshop. So to make it short, we saw that intercultural information literacy is more complex as it might seem at the first moment, and it's also an important task, and to see how to differentiate the right sources from the others. We also saw a differentiation between information literacy and intercultural information literacy. And it is even more and more important to validate and estimate the information concerning the specific topics there. So to come to a further enhancement, in our group, we thought that it is even better to make it more diverse, to get bigger dynamic inside of it and have even more contributions and more understanding and even more perspectives from other cultures and their conduction of information sources and information provision as well. Yeah, I'm curious about the results of the other groups. So maybe Thomas, you want to continue?
Sure, I can move on. So we thought the questions were quite difficult, so it was hard to answer the questions in the short time and in the discussion. People felt they were complex, but we got some interesting remarks out of the group, not on the personal impact, but more on the different topics of IL and culture aspects. So I tried to put the question, what are the culture aspects that have an impact on information literacy? What is different in the cultures that makes an impact? And there we got into the discussion a bit, and one of the audience, one participant in the audience said, well, the political systems are very different, and so there we should see some changes in the way also how we create credibility from sources, and so the different political systems, for example, in India and Germany, that's what we mainly discussed, lead to different requirements and have an effect, even if we couldn't right now, of course, spell it out exactly, but this is something that has an aspect. And the second thing is certainly complex social systems that are very different. And that also shows that people have different skills and they need different skills in the society. I pointed out, and one of the Indian students also confirmed and explained, when a person in India enters a room, it takes him 1 second to figure out the social position of everybody who is in the room. And this is a very difficult task in this complex society where the classes are very well defined and age has a different role, and there are many different facets that impact the society. And if you don't want to get anything wrong in addressing the person and so on, so this is much more complex than in the US and other Western societies. So this is an interesting example, and of course the complex social system, rural caste system, rural and urban areas, education and income differences have a huge impact again on the ability to obtain education and to obtain information literacy, to become information literate in a formal sense, in an educated sense. So that I think was quite interesting. On the other hand, also we thought about how can we promote information literacy in the different countries. There might be differences. And also one student pointed out, on the other hand, there's a lot of things that are identical. We see that information literacy is lacking at the international level. We have recently these events in the US and also in Germany. We have issues with knowledge and information literacy due to the COVID pandemic. And there seems to be an international level where information literacy is lacking overall. Okay, this is a very short wrap up, and that's kind of what we managed to get out in the group now in the after lunch. Okay, Thank you.
Very short, but quite a lot. Yeah, maybe if I may suggest that you note some of your ideas or main points in the shared notes so that we have a takeaway. That would be a nice thing. Maybe we continue with you, or I suggest we continue with you, Ms. Jamwal.
Right. So, as Thomas so mentioned before, the questions were quite difficult for everyone. So it needed a little clarification and a little bit of discussion. But I think one of the most interesting points raised in the breakout room was about intercultural information literacy and intracultural information literacy, in a way that we discussed that while we're talking about intercultural in respect to two countries. I think there is still a lot of work to be done within within particular societies. So understanding between cultures within the society is also one thing that has to be touched upon. So I think that was one good point raised there. And second, we also spoke about biases and preconceived notions that play a barrier in understanding different people and people from different backgrounds and cultures better, and people from different castes and class. So also there was, to enhance the project, it was said that interactions like these on a massive level, on a like this, where we are having dialogue with people from different countries, is very important. And under this, social media activism was lightly touched upon, which was talked about, and because most people using social media are amateurs in most under most topics. So we discussed about how is that helpful, is social media activism helpful in disseminating information, because you never know what, even though we try our best to figure out what is right and what is wrong and what is fake and what is not fake, what role does it play in understanding different cultures and information that has been spread. So yeah, in short, that was what was discussed. So that's about it.
Thank you very much. Maybe we continue with Emir.
Yes, thank you. Once again, Joachim, I really appreciate you for kind of pushing my boundaries into new open spaces. The first thing we did, Mario and myself, was this in the conference last year to have this first time record lecture for the online conference. We never did this before. Now again, moderating a panel in online, this is something was new to me as well. So it took some time to kind of get the notion of how to get people into discussion without seeing them, and with all the internet and technical issues we some of us had. But in general, you ask very demanding questions, to be honest. So to start with, some of the students were working around the questions and the general topic of interculturality and intercultural information literacy. And some of the comments were that obviously it's very useful, key in understanding the culture. One student saying that she was generally from South America and living in Germany, and especially during the pandemic, was very important to keep update not only about things in Germany but also in home country, to know what's going on. And the more general level, it has the huge impact on the world, which is globalized today. So we kind of, it was interesting, it's kind of self-evident to kind of turn this discussion also towards the phenomenon of digital divide, which we often kind of oversee. We don't take it too seriously when we are discussing such important issues as intercultural information literacy, because since today we have more than 35% of global population which is not connected, and this in turn is kind of providing this information gap or information deficit about so many countries, cultures, and people that need to be kind of bridged in these terms. So definitely idea for the future project to see in terms of intercultural information literacy, how to bridge this gap between these privileged and the connected ones, how to bridge this information deficit about not connected ones. You know, we have all the information about, you know, Northern Hemisphere, because pretty much, you know, all of us are connected, and then, you know, the rest. So it's something that we were kind of cutting in the middle of this discussion, but obviously it's maybe an interesting point that can be further discussed in some future conference. Thank you.
Yeah, the whole political issues, we often mainly focus on the individual level or the level of the individual micro level, but of course it has a micro level and a meso level too.
Yes, I mean, we were discussing not only the technical aspects of digital divide, but also more future the social, cultural, and political aspect, which is more important than in these terms. This information literacy is kind of very self-evident.
Yeah, thank you. Maybe Mario, you would like to continue?
Yes, thanks. I also have to say that I also have some difficulties to cope with the situation being a moderator in this room, but I guess after at least 5 or 10 minutes, I was in a flow with my task to moderate and initiate the discussion. But I would mention that we came out with 3 points or 3 topics trying to discuss it. The first one was about the issues regarding geographical differences in terms of access to information. The second was the pandemics as an unfortunate trigger to initiate conferences of this kind as useful and valuable tool to discuss intercultural aspects of information literacy. And the third point was about the infodemic as a threat to mental health of the global digital users of new media. So it would really be hard for me to wrap up these 3 points all together in some kind of structured way. But I would share also with you something that maybe is important or interesting, because Emir and I were while watching, actually hearing the conference all day, we were also discussing a lot of things, and what is interesting very much that, for example, the current situation in which everybody is talking about the vaccines and the companies that are producing them. For example, I'm not sure how many of you are familiar that Cuba also produced vaccines, and that in our media it's rarely, or there is no mention of it at all. So can this intercultural aspects of sharing information and idea can help to be more aware about the things that are not present in our saturated media echo chambers, let's say, that we or somehow live in.
Yeah, quite complicated, and yeah, I guess yeah, I learn now that the culture as a topic, and yeah, everything has its relation. Nothing is fixed and absolute as a concept, or and that's an important aspect. Thank you. Maybe Tom, you would like to continue?
Sure. Can you hear me okay? Thank you. And I just want to share the comments that everyone else made. I really appreciate this opportunity to be a part of this conversation and this panel. And Joachim, greatly appreciate your focus on intercultural information literacy and the way that you're really moving this forward. It's very, very exciting work. And I agree too. They were challenging questions, I think, in the discussion as we tried to work through this. But we had many good insights from everyone, and it was interesting. You know, the nature of this conference is very intercultural itself, with the connections with Germany and India and the United States, and we also had a perspective from South Africa. In our conversation, which we really valued, and Trudi and I were just there a year ago at Northwest University and just had a wonderful experience there. Before this was over a year ago, before the pandemic. And some of the insights that came forward in terms of responses to the questions is that, you know, intercultural information literacy has value because people try to adapt and with each other and learn from each other, and that it's important really to see these different perspectives from different countries, as clearly we've seen here in this conference, and that the cultural differences are always important and valuable to consider. And it was interesting. One of the participants made a point of view or put forward this idea that this project, in many ways, it provided an example of a cultural difference in terms of the mode of study and communication, and that in many ways this kind of many cultures that are based on kind of in-person study really have had to adapt to these online resources. And I made the point that that's something that everyone has really adapted to during the pandemic, when so many, educators and people in all walks of life really have had to communicate and make these kinds of connections through the virtual tools. So I thought that was a really interesting perspective about kind of, cultural differences related to even the digital technologies that we use and how we communicate. It was also pointed out that interculturality is an essential point for interacting with each other. And another student made the point that many countries are very multicultural themselves. And it's really inevitable that people will encounter people from different cultures and perspectives within that country, and not just across countries, which I thought was a really great point too. And then we talked too about, we tried to get into some specifics. Well, what is it about information literacy? How does this relate to information literacy? And one participant made the point that one key aspect is this point of evaluation, which is core to information literacy. It's clearly a part of the meta-literacy framework that Trudi and I talked about today. And the point was made that it's important specifically to intercultural because it allows people to really investigate biases that they may have, and also biases within group behavior. So I thought that was kind of an interesting point. And that's something too that in my work with Trudi, we tried to bring out this idea of evaluation beyond just the evaluation of content to really a kind of metacognitive reflection of oneself and the biases that individuals have. A few other points that were made is that this I thought was really interesting too, that information literacy itself is diverse. And this person was saying that the intercultural aspect is integral to the concept of information literacy, so it's not seen as something separate. And I thought that was interesting because in some ways, even the question almost creates a kind of binary between intercultural information literacy and information literacy. And this person was saying that they're really woven together. So I thought that was a really fascinating point. And just two more points. Someone mentioned this idea that in terms of what to do, one suggestion was to really have intercultural peer review. So if you want to publish something to help people get beyond these kind of silos and biases that they may have, that really an intercultural peer review is something that really should be valued and implemented. And that ultimately intercultural information literacy really helps people understand information from different perspectives, and that some ideas and concepts may not be understandable or understood in the same way. So this really helps us to investigate further. So again, really good conversation, great questions, and thanks for allowing me to be a part of this.
Yeah, thank you very much. Quite an input. Many things to consider to involve in future endeavors, I guess. Thank you. Trudi, may you continue?
Yes, certainly. And I would like to echo my thanks too for being a part of this and seeing this really amazing endeavor and all the work that you've been putting in and how the students are interacting. It's really exciting, and it would be lovely to see more of these kinds of initiatives. So in the group that I was, we talked about the interculturality part and the importance of being able to obtain information from other cultures and in other languages, and the perspective that that provides. And so a number of people in the group mentioned the number of languages they've mastered and the ability to get information from sources in other cultures that really widens their perspective. So I mentioned a bit about the disadvantage that a lot of Americans are in who often only speak one language. And I think that this might sort of be a factor in their worldview. But we talked about, is there a way for those who do have limits in languages or those who speak multiple languages but don't have others, using something like Google Translate, or one that was recommended is DeepL, D-E-E-P-L. So we talked about looking at news from other countries or within other cultures. So there's something that we have here called Ethnic News Watch that provides sources that are from other perspectives, other cultures, and Eurotopics, for example, was mentioned for European perspectives. But a lot of this depends a great deal on an individual. Are they willing to go beyond looking at information sources that are particularly easy for them to obtain? Will they take this leap? But again, the importance of multiple perspectives was emphasized, and sort of our notes are in the shared notes, and Thomas added some because I didn't quite catch all of his, but you just can't follow the mainstream because that limits one's thoughts, or you may be against it. So just these various perspectives, but the real importance of being open to other cultures as one thinks about information.
Thank you very much. And here we are one example, maybe, for doing this as we are. Tessie, I don't see your camera, but you acted also as a moderator. Wait a second. Okay, maybe something has come up, I guess. Then
Jessie wrote me that she has some problems with her connectivity.
Oh, okay.
So
Yeah, then I guess we are already, maybe that's the main problem today. We do much, but we have a little time. And as some remarks, ideas for improvement point this out. It was a trade-off for us to decide 2 days or 1 day, and we decided for 1 day. And yeah, it's also not ideal before the exams. That's another point. How, if we want to cooperate, how bring we all this together? The time zones, the different term schedules and things like that. But maybe in summer we have the opportunity to talk about this. And maybe this is the time to check out for questions in the public chat, for final questions on the chat, and maybe put in 5 more minutes into this and then come to the closing of the conference. Ms. Beutel asked why CRAB should not be the focus on information literacy instruction. This is, yeah, CRAB is an acronym for currency, relevancy, actuality, authority, and P. I don't know what P is. It's an acronym for methods or for a procedure on how to behave as an information literate person. And the basic idea is to behave in a scientific way, to really thorough check the artifact or the source or whatever. And the problem is no one does this, and instead falls back or relies on rather simple procedures, and very simple procedures like, oh, there is no writing error, or there's even an illustration, a statistic, a reference to other resources. This must be a good information, valid information, and this is something you could really fake as an information provider, and therefore CRAB, according to my estimation, is crap. Because it's too complicated. Yeah? It's a bit out of context, but I hope I answered the question. Social media, yes, it's yeah, as usual, it has a very ambiguous picture. I think, interesting discussion. Yeah, I guess too. The thing is, we are a bunch of different people from different places, from different ages, with a different or diverse background. Yeah, kids, I'm unsure if you can cover this now, but maybe this is a topic for next conference or the next course or whatever. And multiple users are typing too. Okay, we wait just a few more. Okay, nothing is coming up. Then I will close the workshop. I do not apologize. I know it was kind of imposition for all of you, especially the moderators. I know it. I've done it before to be in an environment you're not accustomed to. Then I have to moderate. It's totally overbearing. But I guess you managed it very well. And yeah, I come now to the closure of the conference. And yeah, maybe one point I mentioned within this context too. Maybe I was very happy that you that you wrote us, Ms. Chamwal, and maybe we need to think about how to include the veterans too, so that the students from this cohort can learn from the students from the last cohort, and so you can, yeah, this is also a very interesting topic. So I thank you, all of you moderators. And I invite my colleagues again, Ms. Woltermann, Ms. Tadatil, Ms. Jacob, if there are no technical problems, to enter the stage, and we will close, come to the closure of the conference. I will we'll go back to another set of slides. Yeah, continuation. What is next? We plan to continue the project, and I think we would all be very happy if we next time all of the moderators seen just before would be a part of the organizers. Maybe this is possible. Maybe we can. This would be for example, a great thing. There is planned coming up. I already said a planned workshop in July to discuss options for further expansion and improvement. And if you are interested, please join us. And yeah, we all want to thank you. And we got a lot of positive feedback from your part. But to be honest, I guess we have to say the heroes of the day are not the people who have activated the camera. The main contributors are really the students from the project course, and I guess they should be provided with a big applause from all of us. And yeah, maybe we can all of those students and all who can activate the camera so that we see them all, and yeah, so we can see all the main contributors in the plenum. Activate your camera if you wish.
Before that, I just want to apologize. I got disconnected, so I could not give the feedback of the room. Extremely sorry about that.
No problem. We include your notes, and we will discuss the things at latest in the summer. So I guess the contributions are not lost. But I guess we should now, except if you say you need to present it now, I would suggest that we now move on, because it was a long day. It was very demanding and for all of the students. So please, students from our transnational learning scenario, activate your camera, and because yeah, you deserve the applause. Hopefully the system holds steady. If we are unlucky, we're out of the system, but I guess it should work.
I think some of the it was a very journey, and looking forward to moving from strength to strength, having more participants. Thank you very much for all your efforts and your contribution.
I also want to thank you for all of your presentations today and the nice discussions, and also the whole semester. It was really fun to work with you on different topics, and yeah, have a nice afternoon after this conference, and be proud of you.
Then I would like to thank each and every one, all of the students who have taken part in this conference. It was a blessed experience. It was a great experience for all of us, especially me. I could learn a lot, and I'm sure the students also had a wonderful knowledge sharing and learning experience through this conference. Thank you.
So have a good time.
So thank you. Sorry.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. I also just want to say thank you to the students, the fellow instructors, the conference participants. I think it was a very, very interesting conference with a lot of participation and discussion. So I'm very, very happy and energetic how it went. Yeah.
Sorry for bad turn taking, but now I guess, yeah. Thanks all of you, instructors, colleagues, students, other learners, and other people interested. Have a good time, stay healthy. Maybe we see us again on this channel, and this is it. Have a nice weekend.
Bye. Auf Wiedersehen.
Namaste.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.